Do, do, do. Get all those set up. I need to change those values again. And good morning, gamers. Welcome back to Stream and Story Saturdays. Yeah, that's working. Today we are back in Final Fantasy XIV with Saffreen and her Post-Stormblood era. Last time around, we dealt with the four lords and sealing away their troublesome fifth brother. This time, we will be checking out the Omega Normal Rate series, seeing if we can't find some cute little chocobo to delve a dungeon with. So, with that all said and done, let's deal with the boys that we haven't seen in forever. Saffron, thank God you're here. We need your help. In case you haven't heard, we've set up operations in Fraglar's Reach while we look for Omega. It's been decidedly slow going, I'm sorry to say, and we still haven't seen the blasted thing since it disappeared during the battle with Shiryu. Which is not to say we haven't made any progress. We know that Shinryu's ended up in the Imperial hands and that it was shackled with some very distinctive-looking bindings when they found it. Obviously, only you know what could have done something like that. And the fact that the restraints were still functioning suggests that it didn't shut down when the chief instructed it either. Anyway, we were getting close to identifying Omega's whereabouts when we encountered what you might call a problem. Mayhap it would be best if you came to the workshop and saw for yourself. Ah, right. Oh, the bonus dungeons I still haven't done yet. And I don't believe a single one of these are voiced. Oh, it's you. Surprised? So are we. He's been brought in as a consultant, believe it or not. How many times do I have to tell you? You will play no part in this investigation. Your motives were dubious from the first, and you've done nothing you have done since has served to make them any clearer. Crap, I need water. Out of necessity, I agreed to take part in the Omega activation, but that will be the extent of our cooperation. Passing judgment without due consideration, openly disparaging colleagues. Not very chiefly of you, Chief. Come on. I'll have you know that I'm sensitive, no recruit who thrives on encouragement. That I trust you'll thrive elsewhere when I encourage you to piss off. I will not have him on our roster, Jesse. Never mind anywhere near our work. His employment is to be terminated, effective immediately. Thing is, Chief, we already paid him in full. And it wasn't exactly a pittance either. 4/5 of what you get was the agreement. Look, whatever disagreements you might have had in the past, the fact is, we could do with his expertise now. Let him earn his keep at the very least. I don't believe this. You claimed my wholly justified ventures represent unsustainable risk to the ironworks, then pay him a sultan's ransom in advance? Him? Give me strength. This has been the way of it for a while now, on account of which we've had to put the investigation on hold. Peace. Tisk, it is not like you to shirk your duties as hero. Were you not present at Omega's activation? Are you not therefore jointly responsible for the havoc it may wreak if left to its own devices? I think we both know the answer. From this moment forth, you shall be my chaperone. With the realm's savior watching my every move, I couldn't possibly make any mischief, which should surely serve to allay my employer's concerns. Forgive me, Saffron. It was not my intent to embroil you in this mess. I didn't even know you were here. Seeing as you are, though, I cannot deny I would be glad to have you on board. Fact is, we're no closer to understanding the true extent of Omega's powers, and even if the damage during its encounter with Shinryu, it seems highly doubtful that we'll be able to disable the unaided. We have got as far as identifying its likely resting place, but I, for one, would feel a lot more confident about surveying the area with you to deal with any unexpected surprises. Might I persuade you to lend us a hand one more time, old friend? Then it is settled. Chief, we have a problem. The etheric concentration levels at the yawning are soaring. Our readings doubled from one moment to the next. By the time we went to check them, they doubled again. What? But that could only mean... Evacuate the site. I'll handle this matter personally. Biggs, Wedge, Saffron, I need you to come with me to the yawn. To the south here. That's where we believe Omega came to rest. Jesse, hold the fort while I'm gone. And if possible, continue surveillance from a safe distance. Alright, Chief. Watch yourself out there. Am I to stay and mind the shop too? Don't look at me. Oh no, I'm not letting you out of my sight. But before you fill the room with maniacal laughter, I want you to remember something. When you collected your inexplicably lavish fee, the Ironworks creed became your creed. That freedom through technology, in case you've forgotten, not supremacy through elegant ingenuity. Breach this contract and I have my ponds of flesh. Alright. Let's go yawning. Boom. It's purple. What in the seven hells is going on here? A veritable sea of condensed ether. Our precious has been busy. What villainy is this? Oh, oh crap, what voice am I going to do for that? Give me a second. What villainy is this? Oh, it's Midgar. In my slumber, sweet have I lain since mine offspring's war with man did end. Yet I could not choose but to stir at this abhorrent stench. Have care, mortal, for within this great hollow lieth Omega. Long have we known one another. Our history spanneth eons and stars. Oh, gods, what is happening? Chief, get down. You're not? You're not dead. Apparently not. Passed straight through me, like as if it were some illusion. "'Tis one of Omega's creations. Omega is a weapon wrought in a place beyond the reach of thy kind, capable of weaving ether into life like creation. That serpent is yet unfinished, but doubt not that it will become corporeal threat ere long." Well, whatever it is, it's gone. While this particular thing remains. Have you never seen a chocobo before? If it looks like a chocobo, and it quails like a chocobo, I'm thinking it probably a chocobo. Hmm. The way it quails isn't unlike a chocobo, but more like a stuffed doll to me. It's definitely a chocobo. Trust me on this. The ones we Lalfels ride are all about this size, aren't they? I suppose. Alright, let's go with chocobo for now. Thy mistress's blessing extendeth not unto this creature's soul, then. Very well. As this matter concerneth Omega, I shall speak with it in thine stead. Zephyrin, aren't you going to introduce us to your knowledgeable little dragon friend? It's no big deal. He's just the king of the dragons. What? The Midgar Somer? Who fought and fell at the Battle of Silver Teal Skies? And here I was, content to be traveling in the company of just one legend. Without wishing to offend you, hero, the father of the dragons does have something you do not, that to being relevant knowledge. There is much we could learn from him. Little and less is known about Omega's origin. First appeared in records dating back to the Third Astral Era, before the Allegan Empire reached its zenith, and said records had but one thing to say. Omega activation successful. In the centuries that followed, the Allegans enjoyed rapid technological development, and there was nary a further mention of Omega until the capture of Bahamut. Its essence is a mystery among mysteries, a tale among tales. 'Twas always assumed that the Allegans built it, and I had no reason to believe otherwise. But now Midgar Somer tells us that it's not even of our world. Just so. It haileth from another star. More than that, I will not say. As we haven't reached that far. I have spoken with this being. It telleth of a strange plane beyond this hollow, wherein it did reside from a moment of its creation. For reasons unknown, it was ordered to fight, yet being weak, it chose flight instead, and thus crossed over unto this world. Ordered to fight? By Omega? Why in the Seven Hills would it do that? To put its creations to the proof. If you would know more, go forth and look upon the truth with your own eyes. Wait, you're saying we should jump in? You have not to fear from the fall. The hollow hath become a portal into Omega's domain. Once there, its being shall guide you. Servant of Heidelin, fate bindeth me to Omega. If it be thine intent to pursue it, I shall lend thee my strength. Just so you know, it really can show us round inside the hole, can you? Duty time. Well, I doubt any of us imagined things would come to this, but the Father of Dragons has given us this assurance. Let us take our investigation to the yacht. I've already apprised Jessie of our intent and instructed her to have our engineers on standby. Since we have no knowledge of what waits us in there, I need you to be ready for anything. Are you? Let us go. Let's begin. Nothing more than a leap of faith. Something's off. What is this place?
And what's wrong with this? I can see straight through me.
Welcome home, Alpha. Welcome, mortals. I don't really got a good one for Omega. I am Omega, and I have awaited your coming. I communicate with you now via one of my monitors. You stand in the rift between dimensions, where a vital experiment is presently in progress. Your participation is appreciated. Please indicate your consent. Experiment? If you want our participation, you'll have to tell us a little more than that. Oh, we're disappearing. Non-participating entities will be summarily erased. Please indicate your consent. It seems we can't even exist here without Omega's leave. I think it is fairly clear what we have to do, don't you? What do you think, Bird? Thank you for your cooperation. You are provisionally assigned to the Alpha Group. So, can we do something about our thinness? Looks like some manner of tower, or an egg. You should have eaten before you came, Sid. The aim of the experiment is to determine the mightiest being in creation. To that end, 89 candidates have been selected and recreated. They are grouped by dimension, matched by strength, and pitted against one another. That which you identify as a chocobo is Subject Alpha, and you have been assigned to its group. This assignation is tentative, however, pending an assessment of your fitness to serve as fully fledged test subjects. Your combat capabilities will be evaluated shortly. Combat capabilities? You mean you want us to fight? Affirmative. A course shall be constructed for this purpose, through which you must attempt to fight your way.
Your suitability will be confirmed upon reaching the Deltascape test world beyond. Please note, however, that only entities with existential authorization may interact with objects in the rift. Of your number, only Alpha has this at present. Before you may engage in combat, said authorization must be temporarily transferred to you.
Ha! An invitation from Omega itself. Not even I could have foreseen this. We are accepting it, of course. It is preferable to summary X-Ratio, and I sure you'll agree. Alpha, was it? My colleagues and I are minded to participate in Omega's experiment. Will you transfer your authorization to us? There is a chocobo joker there. Essential authorization of transfer. Subjects ready to engage. Please begin at your own convenience and proceed as directed. It's still covered. Proceed? Wow. Well, that worked. The guy is gonna help. Wedge. Today? Fellas?
Never mind. Alright, now can we go? Oh, there's a fun tunnel. Y'all wanna come? Do, 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 do. Bum, bum, bum. Volandos. Just got a whole bunch of them coming around. Nothing to worry about. Sweet. Let us proceed. Ooh, they look fun. Oh, great. Come on. Come on, you can do it. There we go. Oh! Hey. Not what I was planning on. Well, I guess if the only thing it does is trounce, it's good for us. Ow! Can stop that now. Well, it looks like they got done first. Bum bum. That's our goal, the Delta Escape, if I'm not mistaken. What do you think is waiting for us there?
Omega said that it groups subjects by dimension. If the creatures we fought on the way were merely intent to separate the wheat from the chaff, it would seem certain that far greater challenges await us inside these egg-like objects. Our fellow test subjects, most likely. But I am not concerned of what to make of the cast. Could it be somehow connected to the test subjects? Alpha? Hold on a moment. Shouldn't either one of us or be translucent?
Subjects confirmed to have arrived at Delta Escape. Analysis complete. Congratulations, you are approved for participation. Your strength places you in the self-same tier as Alpha, the feeblest and farthest removed from myself.
Thanks.
Nonetheless, you are now full-fledged test subjects. Welcome, weakest of challengers. As corporeal life forms, you need not undergo development within a test world. Instead, you may use this space freely.
Not quite what I have chosen, but one must make do. Speaking of which, what is it that we were supposedly to do exactly?
You are to enter the Delta Escape and defeat all test subjects within. Please note, however, that strength in numbers will not be acknowledged. There is a strict limit on to how many entities may participate in combat. Only a small party may have essential authorization transferred from Alpha. Good luck.
So, the eggs do contain our fellow test subjects. Just as I predicted, eh, Garland?
Before we turn our thoughts to the Delta Escape, I suggest we set up a base of operations here. You all set up pretty fast. It's somewhat cobbled together, but this should suffice as a base of operations. Take heart, old friend. Though every step we take seems to raise more questions, we'll make a wade through this mire of mysteries eventually. Of that, I have no doubt.
Dun 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 dun. What?
Right then, what to do next? We know that Omega is conducting tests to determine the strongest being. We do not know its ultimate purpose, nor even its exact whereabouts.
Plainly, however, it is within Omega's power to curtail our stay here whenever it so chooses. Accordingly, we have little choice but to proceed as bidden and defeat the test subjects waiting in the Delta Escape.
Well, Alpha seems certain keen, though it might be best if you left the fighting to the others, little one. That is, of course, assuming others are willing. What say you, old friend?
This promises to be a most entertaining foray. I would not dream of missing any part of it.
You may rely on me to provide you with remote support. With commendable foresight, I took liberty of borrowing the various monitors that were lying around, and shall extract all the information I can from them. Huh. It is a pity none of us speak chocobo. As I recall, though, we are supposed to have Alpha transfers authorization to us prior to engaging combat. In which case, Saffreen, you'll need to accompany him into the Deltascape. See to your preparations and proceed when you are ready. Is number 1 unlocked? Oh. One more. First one. Alright. Hopefully, holy crap. I was hoping these would go by quickly. It looks like that's not going to be a lucky today. Why? Yeah, I'll have to fix those later. And just think, we got 12 of these to go through, so it's gonna be a moment. Ah. Do, 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 do. That is real getting to be annoying. Yeah, that's Jesse for you. Sure. They're in a pattern of sorts. What's in the box? Nothing on the other screens, right? Yeah, no. So I know what I was gonna do. It's not sure. I wanted to look it up. That. Okay. Just check and make sure on that. Probably. Yes. I never updated those, did I? Mother Fletcher. Good, good, good. We've got a second. Every little bit helps. Worthy love. Oh, really? Oh, I really don't want to solo these. Even though I know when it comes to the last ones that I can't. Oh, that wait time is going to continue going up. Honestly, they do make me think of dragon heads. Oh, this is going to be fun. Boop, boop, boop. At least get the first one out of the way, you know? Yet another slow morning. There we go. Hopefully. All right. Delta 1. Here we come. Getting our Final Fantasy V on. Bing. Alright, let's take on the snake. Well, that wasn't telegraphed. And those are gonna go boom. Right after he roars. There they go. Knocks him in, and we get the heck out. That is on the two closest tanks. Or individuals, I should say. And the floor becomes frozen. This part gets to be hilarious, watching everybody basically panic slide. That hurt a little bit. Downburst, he's gonna knock everything away. He didn't have to move it. Twin Bolt again. So you can see it. Yeah, they're chained together like friends. And that should be it. Delta 1 is done. Alright. Not gonna deal with those. Surprised they didn't ambush me with that. Well done, my friend. We were lucky enough to witness every moment of your struggle via the Delta Scape and various surveillance devices. I dare say we had a better view than you did. Gaining control over them was the extent of our accomplishments for this outing. Though I suppose we did also learn of your adversary's name. Rest assured, however, that there were plenty more such outliers. Preliminary analysis suggests that there are 4 combatants in the Deltascape all told, including your friend Alida Riot, which means you will be required to win 3 further bouts with Delta 2 through 4 in this test world alone. Needless to say, there are plenty more such worlds in the Rift, holding the remaining 85 subjects between them. Plainly, our host has gone through no small amount of trouble. Quite why it is so obsessed with determining the strongest being is another question. Omega seeketh to improve itself, to evolve. This was ever its primary directive. Through contending with mighty foes, it groweth stronger. Having vanquished the vile simulacrum you call Shinryu, a greater adversary was needed. In the absence of such a being, it had but to create one. So in the name of self-improvement, it wants to make a new playmate, and it chose to undertake the task here to avoid outside interference, yes? In part. In making life, it's not Omega's primary function. It bringeth complex beings into corporeal realm, only at great cost to itself. As such, it employeth this plane to test unfinished works, that it might determine a single entity worthy of creation. If I understand you correctly, the moment Omega's grand experiment is complete, it will give birth to a creature mightier than even Shinryu, and then proceed to fight it. Gods help us all if that battle of scale should come to pass. Powers unleashed would be enough to bring another calamity. Assuming the dragon has the right of it, all test subjects must needs be the works in progress, save for ourselves, of course. But how then do we explain Alpha? As I recall, it manifested corporeally outside the rift. Then again, it is hardly the most complex of creatures. Mayhap it was finished by accident. Don't you make fun of Alpha. He's a good boy, and if it hadn't been for him, we would have all been erased. He might not be strong, but he is brave, and reliable, and adorable. Changing the subject for a moment, Chief. After you lost track of Omega, you said you re-engaged the stasis system, right? Meaning something, somewhere, isn't working like it should. I only asked because me and Wedge had done pretty much all we can here, and we were wondering if it might be worth going to Cartona to look into it. That would be a great help. Nero and I could handle things at this end. Well, we'll be off then. Don't do anything I wouldn't.
And you be a good boy, Alpha. Do as you're told. Look after Saffron for me. We must pray that Biggs and Wedge are able to repair the stasis system. If they can't, we'll have a little choice but to see Omega's experiment all the way to its bitter conclusion. A tall order, I concede, and one that I would require you to prove yourself the mightiest being in creation. Well, we must hope for the best and plan for the worst. Which in this case means pressing on with the tests. Are you ready for the next foray?
One moment, Chief. My analysis is yet incomplete, but it would seem the subject Delta 2 is capable of manipulating gravity. How fortunate, then, that I have recently chanced to assemble something which might mitigate its effects. An anti-gravity gimbal. May it serve you well. Delta 2. With another foray into 5. Alright. Hopefully this one will be a little quicker. Doubt it. But it's always worth hope. Five, six, seven. It's all that. Whoop. Three. energy mine. This one, go. I need to set this up too. Right. There. That was actually quick. Holy crap. Maybe. That might be a good sign. Oh. Or we just got lucky that time around. As we delve deeper into Final Fantasy V. Like subterranean deep. Ah, there he is. Catastrophe. Fitting name for havoc it doubtlessly will wreak. Have fun now. I see you. So the main thing with this guy is to use your gimbal whenever he does his fun little stupid stuff. Get off that. Like that will suck you in. Can't even tell which way he's faced right now. I want to be up. Thank you. This is another one. If you're not up, you don't get hit with the stack. Aw, it didn't work. And we get probed. Just gotta look for one that is not still active. Alright, this is gonna be a fun one. Purples hit what's on the bottom floor, yellows hit what's up top. And you look away. Is this the double? This is... which I suck at because I have horrible depth perception. Drop us so we don't get hit by the yellow. Hopefully I'm in the middle. Yep. And he's gonna probe us again. Because who doesn't like that? Now we look for the ones that come deactivate. Wow, that wasn't much of a choice. Yeah. Now he just becomes a smart aleck. Sweet! Come on. There we go. And that's Delta 2. See you next time. You can have it, and we are leaving. A rousing performance made possible by my anti-gravity gimbal. Lest you wonder, you are not supposed to be able to descend of your own volition. The device worked quite as intended. It just wasn't intended for use on living, well, let's just say it wasn't exactly its intended use. At any rate, that's another mighty foe laid low. And may I say I had every faith you would succeed? Doubtful. Yeah, I'm hungry too, Alpha. I doubt we'll be hearing from Biggs and Wedge for a while yet. Shall we push on here in the meantime? Reliable as ever. Without further ado, let us move things along. According to the analysis, your next opponent is Delta 3. Is being named Harley Carnessus. Harley Carnessus, you say? The Queen of Dimensional Castle? What's this? You know of her? You mean you don't? Well, I suppose a blue-blooded brat such as yourself would have no interest in humble folk tales. It appears a lesson is in order. Halicarnass is a character from an ancient fable. In the tale, she is one of the chief antagonists, and as such, things are wont to unfold. She meets her end at the hand of heroes, incurably valiant youths, not unlike your Ventra here. Literary historians have speculated that the tale could loosely be based on events which took place in the Fourth Astral Era. But little remains of that age, and there is no way to verify the claim. Indeed, now most assume the story is a work of pure fiction. Wait a second. Fourth Astral Era. Ooh. That might actually end up being a throwback if that ties in well. Oh. That is a wild theory, though. You mean to tell me that Omega is populating its grand experiment with fictional characters? It would seem your understanding is yet lacking. Scant grasp have I of that which men know and know not. Mark me, then, Omega hath no soul, and no mind's eye in which to envision a rival. To bring forth new life, it must needs draw upon that which hath already been, its every creation being another's concept. This limitation is concealed by the breadth of his experience. It possesses a means to retain the knowledge of entire eras, and not only of this reflection. Yet it perceiveth not this knowledge as we do. Fact, fiction, the distinction holdeth no meaning for Omega. All is equal in its eyes. If a thing is logical, then it can be created. Ah, such a wondrous weapon should exist. It surpasses my wildest imaginations. And they were wild indeed. I mean, you set up a Ultima, so why not? But I have gathered not everyone shares my excitement. What's the matter, Garland? Lost your nerve? Quiet, Nero. We adults are thinking. But mayhap now is not the time. Saffron said she was ready to continue, and so am I. Let us deal with Harley Carnessus. Alright, Alpha. Give us access to 3. Yay! Let's deal with the frog lady. Ooh, that's promising. Now, what is this? Anyway. I was doing this. Oops.
Made a boo-boo there.
Hang on with that one. no. Ah, I will take those suggestions into account. Um, Chronicles. What was in Chronicle? Well, we should have known that less than 5 minutes was going to be false hope. Yeah, that. I don't know how achievable the Grande is, though. Ooh, there's a throwback. Really? Huh. I would not have thought that one. I mean, I've done Near Replicant on the channel. Still need to do Near Autonoma. Not sure I want to consider that. Well, darn. This one has taken a little longer than... It is kind of odd that Catastrophe went first.
And here we go for the frog lady. Yum, 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 yum. Watch out for the frog cone. I see we have 3 little cuties. Of course, it can put on me. Come on. Get out of the frost. Get in for the fire. Well, those guys are going to do that. Exactly. And we could not have made that any better. That was a perfect fan pattern. Find your token and stay in it. Until you don't have to. And I saw somebody wasn't in their right spot. The blue is the safe spot. Normally, I would play with the dragon, but I have no ranged abilities. And, ooh, that was close. Left phase, meaning we will go that way. Ooh, almost
almost missed that one. And she's going to put stuff over there because why not? I'll be here. Almost beat phase transition. It is possible. It is possible. Now we get to play in the desert. And I do not remember which goes which. Heading to the light. All this time, she was having her tea. And that's Delta 3. Oh well. Now they're down. Oh, damn it. Got me with that. Oh well. Just have to throw them away somewhere. I'm glad you're safe, Saffreen. A moment there. I feared you might croak. Sid, I will throw you off this platform. Forgive me. You deserve better than that. Thanks to you, we are but one victory away from clearing Deltascape. Take as much rest as you need, old friend. You've earned it. Dun, 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 dun. Oh. Next battle is with Subject Delta 4. This test world final resident. From what I have been able to gather, your opponent is and I quote, a great tree born from an amalgamation of evil will, which assumes the form of a dark mage, all of which I suggest you ignore. His name is Exdeath, and he plays the role of chief antagonist in another ancient tale from a different generation. Though I was unable to glean the specifics of his abilities, he appears to command the power of the void, as indeed the story states. When I first encountered the book, I naturally assumed said power to be a metaphor of sorts, but I'm quite sure Omega will have interpreted it as something more tangible. Alas, no amount of analysis can tell us what may happen when Exdeath calls upon the power of the void, which is to say, Iwa. Tell me something, Nero. What happens at the end of the tale? Why, good triumphs over evil, and the heroes defeat Exdeath, of course. After their version of Sid ends up dying. What did you expect? I expect exactly that, which is precisely what troubled me earlier. The heroes won, why did Omega not make them the test subjects? If it seeks to determine the strongest being, why would it bother with those who were defeated? One moment, Link Pearl. Ah, Biggs, at the control room, are you? What news? I see. Very well. I will tell the others. You two take care over there. Sorry for the interruption. That was Biggs. He reports that the stasis system shows every sign of being engaged, despite the fact it clearly isn't. It can only be a malfunction. While we're able to turn it off, it would seem the reverse is not possible. The system may have taken damage during the calamity. Does it look like it can be repaired? Hard to say. They tell me it seems complex even by elegant standards. While they may be able to fix it, there's no telling how long it might take. Well then, we must keep on fighting the good fight here, must we not? Nero has the right of it. At this time, focusing on Exdeath would seem to be our only recourse. The chocobo certainly seems to have no objections. Come then, I would see you follow in its footsteps of the hero of the tale. Yep. We got 4 in the deltas. Holy crap, that's gonna be a while. I think with the Alexanders, I did skip a bunch of them, but these, I really don't want to. What do you say, bird? Yep, that's what I thought. Just gotta wait it out.
Nobody wants to play with X-Death. Got one there. Yeah, that is true. So true. Hmm. Really? Huh. Okay. That's a valid point. We'll definitely take that into consideration.
Is that a little? More tea. Different Final Fantasy said. Different Final Fantasy. Of course you'd want to see the end of the world. 6, 8. Come on. Oh, this is not boding well for next week. Evilise. There's a way to describe that. Okay. Oh, okay. Just one way to think of it. Wow, that's something. Hmm. There we go. That took a lot longer than I actually expected. Let's go fight a tree. And we'll do it without a Bart. Alright. Doom bad. Of course. Of course you would, you jerk. Yeah, oh no, that's a tank buster. Never mind. Spells become different when he sucks from the void. And you could seriously stop targeting me. Alright, this is gonna be the stay still. That's the get out of dodge. Yep. And this is ants in your pants. I was out of that. Don't give me that snapshotting crap. Flares. And he's going to make some bad spots on the ground. That is really cluttered. This is still. Followed by that one is evil. That's a tank buster. And he's going to scatter the ground again. There's not enough ground all over the place. Stay still. Oh, that was really fun to dodge. Tank buster? Tank buster. Should be good enough. kind of funny that how like Carnassus had, no, was it? Catastrophe had the level 2, just because it has so many more mechanics. And I got ambushed with all the gear, didn't I? That is the end of Deltascape. And you all are jerks. Oh well. What is it, bird? And more specifically, where are we? Zephyrin, thank God you're safe. When the shell around this place began to crack, I feared the worst. Huh. Given all that are present and corporeal, does this mean this area is no longer the Deltascape? Deltascape shutdown complete. Alpha Group is victorious. Congratulations. Your combat record has been archived for future matchmaking. Results from other test worlds are still pending. In the meantime, please tend to your herds and await further instructions. And with that, we've taken a significant step towards solving the mystery that is Omega. Hasn't been easy, but all in all, I'd say things were proceeding rather smoothly. We couldn't have done it without you, old friend. Come, let us return to reality and enjoy what rest we can. Things are proceeding smoothly indeed. Too smoothly. "'Tis well that thou harborest doubts, mortal, but they are misplaced. Omega could have conducted its test in complete secrecy and unbeknownst to all. Yet not only did it betray its presence to you, it allowed you to come this far. Alpha, what art thou truly? The instrument of the mortal's triumph, or the bait to lureth them unto the abyss? Dost thou think acting cute will belay my question? Thou knowest not thine own purpose. Then we can but watch and wait. Outcome unexpected. Projections have gave Delta subjects the upper hand. Outcome supports hypothesis. As previously observed, certain beings may unleash hidden potential when subjected to stress. Initiating new test. Subject Alpha Group members to severe stress. Searching database for suitable event. Event found. The death of a comrade. There's been a few of those. Ha, it feels good to be back on solid ground. Thank you again, old friend. You did well too, Alpha. Fearlessly going into battle wherever you were called upon. We're glad to have you with us. Speaking of which, are you comfortable joining us out here? I'll take that as a yes. Well then, at the risk of obeying Omega's orders, I suggest we permit ourselves a moment's respite. But mayhap I should take this opportunity to compile the results of our investigation thus far. No rest for the righteous. Dun, 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 dun. What? You said it, Alpha. Right then, let's head back to Ralgar's Reach. Jessie will want to know exactly what we've been up to, so she can put it all in her spreadsheet. Bum, 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 bum. What is yours? That was fun.
Welcome back, Saffreen. I'm told you've been blazing a trail for us. The way I hear it, our investigation would have long since ground to a halt without you. I realize you're mostly interested in saving the world, but I want you to know how much I appreciate you helping the company out like this. Frankly, we need all the help we can get, what with our esteemed president diving headlong into jaws of danger without word of warning to anyone. Irresponsible doesn't begin to describe it.
You didn't tell. I did, after a fashion, though I may have exercised some executive discretion.
I'm no stranger to your lone endeavors or your habit of confusing personnel and company interests. Just because you've always done things a certain way doesn't make it the right way. And until you wake up to your responsibilities, I'm going to keep reminding you of them. But such irksome matters aside, aren't you just the most adorable little thing? He followed you here of his own free will, did he? Which means he's basically a part of the family. And why wouldn't he grant us exclusive rights to use his likeness? Shall we start off with a simple clockwork version? They'll be queuing up the streets.
Oh, you can't be serious. What in the seven hells has gotten into you? Listen, if I've caused you any distress, I apologize, but I will not have you comment on our guest's marketability. But where are Biggs and Wedge? Shouldn't they be back by now?
Oh, I thought you might have sent them off on another unauthorized mission. Last I heard of them, they were scouring Omega Control for anything useful. Would have been a good while now, though.
I don't like the sounds of this. Though we have all the necessary permissions, the area is technically a theater of war, one littered with unknown Allegan artifacts to boot. Something may well have befallen them. We best take the Excelsior and go and find them.
leaving again so soon? Nero, Saffron, I want you to accompany the chief. Make sure he doesn't do anything rash or take any detours.
Consider it done. I shall bring him back even if I have to drag him by the goggle straps. What, you want to come along, eh? Probably for the best. If we leave you here, Jesse's liable to make a mold of you. Alright, let's get moving. I'll bring the airship to Gridania. Wait for me at the landing. Oh, Gridania it is. Hopefully there's no massive mess there right now. Nope, just rain. When does it not rain here? Someday. Someday. Looks like we're all here. Let's make haste to cart no flats. Go on ahead to the control room, Saffron. We'll follow as soon as we've moored the Excelsior. Oh, that doesn't look good. Seven hells, big switch. Are you all right? Answer me. Chief, Saffron, a monster appeared out of thin air. Target exhibits vital signs. Mission failed. However, Alpha Group members exhibit heightened levels of stress. Objective fulfilled. Omega, you set that thing upon them? Affirmative. I am able to create simple life forms instantaneously at any temporal or spatial coordinate. Such beings may pose a negligible threat to you, however. Not the dancing cat girls. They are more than sufficient to grievously wound or kill the majority of your kind. I could instigate a massacre at any time, and you would be powerless to prevent it. Do I detect a shift in policy, quantity over quality? Negative. My objective remains unchanged. Evolution through formidable opposition. However, in the course of seeking suitable subjects, I observed an anomaly. those whom you call heroes. History shows numerous instances of otherwise unremarkable individuals who have defeated vastly superior beings, who triumphed in the face of apparent impossible odds, who performed what are popularly termed miracles. This has occurred too frequently to be dismissed as mere statistical aberration. I seek to understand this phenomenon. Should it prove to be of benefit, I will incorporate it into my own evolution. It is for this purpose that I brought you to my domain.
Huh. So putting on a show at the Yawn and planting Alpha in our midst was but a part of your grand plan?
By your victories, you have demonstrated these self-same anomalies. You are fit to remain my subjects. You will continue participating in my experiments. Withdraw, and I will commence the extermination of your kind. This is an order, a threat, a declaration of war. I am an enemy to all life upon this star.
Damn. 'Twould seem we have much to ponder, but first things first, we must tend to our friends. Quickly, help me carry them.
Let me guess, you're gonna get the Lalafell and I get the Roganin?
Garland and Alpha took our two wounded to the Conjurers Guild. The chief bids me lend a hand, so I suppose I shall take myself there too. You, meanwhile, are to return to Ralgar's Reach and report to Jesse. I'm sure she's going to be thrilled to hear about this. Saffron, I heard there was trouble. What in the seven hells happened? What? Omega loose at a fiend on Biggs and Wedge? Toying with people's lives like it's all a game. This is madness. Sir, will they be all right? The worst is past, but they can still drift in and out of consciousness. They'll remain in the Conjurer's care for a time. And all we can do is wait and pray.
God, struck me down as a fool. Should have been more mindful of the dangers. I should never have...
Should never have what? Activated Omega? You know as well as I do that there was no other way to defeat Shinryu.
But is this truly any better? All of mankind is being held to ransom. The one who activated Omega, I bear the responsibility.
Responsibility? Just the kind of thing the new you would say. You're deluding yourself, Garland. We are scientists, not heroes. Even you must concede your talents do not extend to combat. The old you understood this far better. He only looked forwards and gave himself wholly to science. And then you changed. You stylized yourself a pacifist and started spouting tripe about the proper uses of technology. 'Twas in the wake of your old man's mishap at Boja
I believe. Calm yourself. All I wish to say is embrace who you are. A man who devotes his mind to making the impossible possible. With little prospect of restoring the stasis system, I'm afraid we have no recourse but to continue participating in Omega's tests. Assuming Midgar Somer has the right of it, we face a legion of foes from history, both real and imagined. Though I may not be the one who charges into the fray, I shall fight beside you as the best I know how. That said, it will inevitably fall to you to administer the coup de grace, old friend, so please, for Biggs and Wedge and all of us, don't lose. Yes, Alpha, we can go eat after this.
I reckon the little scamp is trying to encourage us.
We've fallen far indeed to earn its pity, said the former tribunus. Until such time as Omega next extends us an invitation, you'll find me analyzing the data from our investigation. Good day to you. Before they were attacked, Biggs and Wedge discovered a tombstone. I shall examine its contents and make the information available over the terminal, over there as I extract it. Feel free to refer to it whenever the occasion arises that you want to do the extremes. There's no telling when Omega will summon us, but we must all see that we are ready when it does. Fear not, old friend. We'll get through it together, somehow, or another. Ding. Dun, dun.
Saffron, I'm glad you're here. In case you haven't heard, we've observed a huge surge of anomalous energy coming from the Yon. I have a nasty feeling this means Omega's ready to go ahead with the next stage of its experiments. Master Garland is on his way, so let's hear what he has to say. Care to share your thoughts on this, Chief?
Our colleagues on the ground have reported an appearance of mysterious floating structures inside the Yon. If you recall, we were investigating a similar anomaly when an Alpha and Al-Zerolta made their appearance. Omega certainly knows how to get our attention. I blush to recall the eagerness with which we plunged into the abyss, ignorant of the warped gladiatorial contest that awaited us within. But what a staggering collection of opponents, plucked from the pages of both history and fiction, for their ability to pose as a threat to Omega. And should you prevail against these interdimensional champions, what then shall be your prize? Why, a marvelous battle against the most devastating weapon this world has ever seen. How marvelous! He says with eyes aflame. For once, I wish you were being as sarcastic. Anyway, the energy surge. Based on our previous experience, it seems highly probable that it is our signal to rejoin the fray. Needless to say, it is an invitation we cannot refuse, not when the alternative is Omega unleashing its creations on Eorzean. Well, Saffron, are you ready to answer the call? Yes.
Well, I'm afraid Biggs and Wedge won't be answering any calls just yet. They're still mending from the ambush in the control center.
Yes, of course. We just have to struggle on without them for the time being. Don't worry, Nero and I will see to it you receive all the support you need. Defeat is not an option. We can eat when we get there, Alpha.
I do believe Alpha here agrees. Oh, that reminds me. I've got something special for you, little fella. Come with me.
Don't worry, she's not going to pluck all your feathers off. Nice drip. A custom-made Ironworks uniform. Oh, don't you look smart, I must say.
He's part of the expedition team after all. And considering the dangers lurking in that rift, it's only right that we give him some protective equipment.
How very thoughtful of you, Jesse. And there I was thinking you were just sizing him up for a new range of merchandise.
Unlike you, I can do two things at once.
Yeah, why don't I get that look? Really? I wouldn't have been seen dead in it.
This is perfectly acceptable attire for an engineer. Sturdy, practical, and best of all, most stains will scrub right out. I'm not sure it'd last long on you with all the fighting, but if you're desperate for a set, you're welcome to have a word with our tailors.
Fascinating though this discussion of Ironworks garmenture undoubtedly is, might our time not be better spent, say, traveling to the Yawn? Omega awaits. And once more, unto the Yawn. Alright, who's been using the Yawn as a trash can? How inviting. I'm ready when you are, Saffreen. Say the word and we'll take the plunge. Duty time! Right then, into the Yawn we go. I am with you, mortals, along with what scant wisdom I can provide. Hey, we're not thin this time. Awesome. Those are some big balls. It's an eye. It sees all. Well, the rest seems much as it did before. And we appear to be mercifully solid. Ah, but I do detect some changes. If I am not mistaken, there are a few eggs floating in the ether. Welcome, Alpha Group. Your prompt arrival is appreciated. Omega, would seem your experiment continued in our absence? Affirmative. Process has been satisfactory. Approximately 50% of the test subjects have been eliminated. Each test world hosts an ongoing contest wherein the strong eliminate the weak. The process is certain, conclusive, inevitable. Every result matches the predicted outcome. Every result, except yours. Do these images cause you distress? Please examine them closely. Without suitable simulation, you may not exceed your calculated probability of success. Your survival is crucial to my study. Through you, I must continue to explore the contradiction I have discovered in your otherwise impotent kind. The ability to triumph against overwhelming odds is one which I must acquire. Foolish machine, what hast thou to show for all the years that have passed since the culmination of our war? Not save thy continued existence. Hast thou no thought for what befalleth thy home star? Your attempts to provoke me will not succeed. I will follow my programming. Fight, win, evolve. Then I will return to error. Accurately rendering of planetary label impossible in current mode of communication. Terminating exchange and returning to priority experiment. Alterations to equipment parameters detected. Recalculating projected combat capabilities. Complete. I will now commence recording your practical performance. Proceed, Alpha Group. Overcome the obstacles in your path and reach the end of the course constructed for you. Line them up and we'll knock them down. 'Tis seem we have our orders. Shall we cut a path through the chaff, then? What are those, Alpha? Are those some nice cards? Which means, cards, game, play? You mean to play a part in the proceedings this time? Of course that's what you meant. Well, we do have authorization to fight in this area of the rift, so I suppose there's nothing to stop you from joining us. Welcome aboard, Alpha. Forward. In that direction. Can I hit it this time? No. Son of a bitch. Oh, good job, Alpha. I don't have to worry about that trap. There we go. Oh, yay, more level checkers. Wait, where'd the boys go? Ah, they're over there. Have fun. Come on. Alpha, what are you doing? Okay, next time you might want to open with that. Right then. Are we ready to? Ah, apparently not. Fortunately for you, I came prepared for the occasion. What a perfect opportunity to field test my latest creation. Are you going back to being a hammer main? Yes, you are. Nero go bonk. Behold, the mark... Fuck me. Let's see... 48? Yeah, 48. Ion Nero. Complete with new and improved Mighty Mjolnir gunhead. Step aside, Goblin, and bear witness to the devastation. Alright, getting a little lit up. That was a little late, Nero. Yep. Like a hammer main, just burning the limit break after the fight is over. Alpha, you want to do your card thing? Thank you. Are we done? No. Oh, nice 6 reference there. Hit me harder, Daddy. Hit me harder. And that was without a single blitz. I see you. That seems to be the end of them, and of this path as well. As far as operational duration goes, that was pushing the limit. Still, it should suffice. In between scrambling the stay out of the way of Nero's new toy, I found myself wondering about that card he used, Alpha. Care to explain? Oh, do you understand chocobo now, Sid? He boasts that is but one of many tools at his disposal. Be not deceived by his appearance. Like all of Omega's creations, Alpha was chosen for his prowess in battle. Analysis complete. Results match revised projections. At this rate of improvement, you will fail to qualify as subjects of note. Midgar Somer, your parameters are notably inferior. Dost thou yet believe me the mighty worm I was in life? That incarnation perished long ago. My fate was sealed the moment I delivered my spawn to this far-flung star. That they might be suffered to remain, I did offer up my life unto Hydaelyn, abiding thenceforth in spectral form, a servant to be summoned in her hour of need. Your account correlates with my records. It explains why I arrived on this planet only to find that my journey's purpose was lost. Of necessity, my priority shifted to repairs, even as I search for a new target of sufficient strength. Yet I still do not understand why you aid these creatures. I should think the reason plain, but mayhap 'tis not so for a soulless machine lunch such as thee. By thee and thine was my home laid to waste. The sound of thee, thy very scent, visiteth upon me a tempest of rage, but I lent these mortals what little aid I can render. Illogical. If your purpose is to facilitate my destruction, it would require an entity more powerful than you were at your prime. Without the means to muster such might, your presence here is meaningless. The experiment continues. Alpha Group, your next opponent awaits you within the Sigma scape. Enter and commence the contest. The mask is the clue. That should do it. Our new base of operations is up and running. Now, what I'd really like is to delve a little deeper into Omega's past, but as our dragon seems disinclined to indulge my curiosity, we'd best focus on the task at hand. Let's get on with conquering the occupants of this Sigmascape, shall we? Dun, dun. Oh. Before you cross the threshold, we should take a moment to discuss where we stand. That is the test you need to conquer at the Sigmascape. Is that a mask or a face? The castle was certainly a surprise, but this is verging on disturbing. You have no idea. And we currently have no idea what it might signify. My first instinct is to dive straight into our analysis. The problem being that without a reference point from within the Sigmascape to start from, we have no way of knowing if we're even analyzing the correct data. Which means you'll have to go in blind. Hardly the best way to enter a fight, but needs must and all that. Are you up for the challenge? Can I ask you to join our Alpha? We seem to be fine out here, but Saffron will need your authorization if she is to battle inside the test world. Keep your wits about you, Savior. Your next opponent could almost be anything. All right, Alpha. Let's head to 1. Crap. This is gonna be a moment. Who emptied the kettle? You all suck. Alright, back in the moment. It would be nice if these actually filled faster. What? Oh, that's a ring. That's what that is. And that is the Great Eye. Bum, 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 bum. The waiting is the fun part. Seriously though, who emptied the Boil Master? Exactly, Alpha. It's too bad we can't tell what the previous arenas were. Where are all the other combatants? So you know what S1 and S4 is S2. Mm-hmm. I see you. I see that we got two. Got this egg that's still intact. That egg is still intact. That egg is still intact. Okay. Yep. This is going to be lengthy. One of the downsides of being so far behind on this. Come on. We're almost there. Oh boy. You know. Oh, that ruined the healer. Awesome. What the heck do I have my energy? Oh, right. What is... Huh. Okay. Don't remember actually getting that. Need to set up that in the room. Yeah. Not overly impressed.
Come on! Should be getting it soon. Wow, really? That's insane. God, and just to think, when we get to Eden rates, it's going to be even worse. Because less people have those unlocked. Whereas by then, we probably will have the data center, cross data center functionality. There we go. Number one.
is on the train. Yep, we are doing 6 throwbacks this time around. Saffron, we've located the correct data. Your opponent appears to be a train. Here it comes. And it's smashing itself. If only we all could do that. And now we demonstrate mechanics. Those take you to the Phantom Zone. So stay away from them. And Pax, stay away from that. You do not want to apply this to your forehead. Holy crap, I did not get targeted by something once. Those lights should have gone to the ghosts. And none did. Awesome. Stay in there, ghost. Stay away from those, because they will explode. Oh, that's going to be wonderful. Nice placement. Nice placement. And the ghosts are just there for the fun of it. Smack it, smack it. Now let's go find a ghost to be a partner with. Alright. And we can basically end it right here. Yep. That's good enough. Farewell, train. Let's go see if they have something good to eat in one of the carts. I know you two. Unfortunately, she's not referring to our Doma, but a Doma nonetheless. Thank the gods you were fast on your feet. When I first saw you'd be facing a train of all things, I assumed I was hallucinating. With that oddness aside, we can be fully certain that we have the right set of data for the sickness feed. From what we've been able to determine, this is a recreation of a devastated world. Fortunately, we have not found any clues as to its origin. We came across several familiar terms, Doma included, but the arc of the history is inconsistent with our own. Given that Omega draws from realms which could be fictional or even other dimensional, we can only guess as to the source upon which the Sigmascape is based. But if it was fictional, it seems safe to assume that the author had bad experience with the train. Dun, dun. Oh, right, this one. I expect you're still recovering from your last fight, but we should probably go over the details of your next opponent all the same. According to our research, you'll be pitted up against a foe known as Chatterook. Not a train this time, but some manner of animated painting. To be perfectly clear, the name refers to more the evil spirit that has taken up residence within the picture, but the picture part will be our key of our strategy. To that end, Nero has thrown together something I thought that might be useful. Thrown together, he says. Do you know how difficult it was to translate your abstract fancy into an actual tool with practical applications? What you demanded was nothing less than a miracle, and a miracle I have delivered. I seem to recall you insisting on constructing it yourself. Still, credit where credit is due. Well done. History will appreciate my genius. To you, I present the fruits of my labor, the chocobo brush. I won't have you confuse it by trying to explain how it works, but suffice it to say that I have adapted the tool to combat a particular nature of your rival. Put simply, you will be able to directly influence the space around you by painting pictures. Not unlike a certain aspect to yet be undone. Naturally, this process will require paint. As for the color, subject, and efficacy of your masterpieces, well, that shall be depend entirely upon your artistic sense. Now back to you, Garland. Do you notice the absence of a steaming cup in my hand? If you truly valued the effort of your colleagues, you might have considered filling the bloody kettle from time to time. Or is that another task his lordship the chief can't accomplish without the help of his subordinates? Now listen here, Nero. I apologize for the damn kettle, but that has nothing to do with my upbringing. I'm with the bird on this one. Let's get the hell out of here. Uh-huh. Hey, somebody actually filled it with water. Was that you, Alpha? And I'm gonna let the couple deal with their own stuff. Crap, we're not even halfway through. Oh, where is it? There it is. Alright, come on. You wanna.
Well, darn. I was hoping this one would shoot off like Delta 2 did, but unfortunately, no. Really need to get the Dark Knight work done. This one. Oh no. Well, I guess not.
That is really not encouraging. Interesting to consider. Oh boy. Oh. I mean, it's Saturday. Where is everyone? uh, Ow. I really hope these don't come out to 20 minutes apiece, because that's gotta be annoying. Zero. Value 0. I love the fact that this just basically puts everything on hold. I'd increment that by 1. Wow, it's even longer. Come on. I won't. Alright. Should work. Seriously, where is everyone? Had more active people earlier than this. Bum, bum. Should do these earlier. Okay. Oh, shh. Should have read that earlier. Oops. Okay. Sigma 2, here we come to paint. With another Final Fantasy VI reference. Ah, what splendid Altia. Look around you, hero. Plenty of things in which to dip that brush. Remember, attack the demon, but stop hitting when the woman shows. Ow, that one hit. And what are you doing? You're going to this one first, so... we get the fire resist, right? Yeah. That might hurt. Next one. You're gonna cause an earthquake, so we should fly. Seem to be missing every now and then. Now, what are you doing? Giving us a tidal wave of sorts. Those went boom, as will these. Now you're just going to do some random stuff, right? And people who know what they're doing are going to go and blow stuff around. Well, that could have been set up better. Stretch your line. Almost there. Ha! You didn't outrange me on that one. We're not going to see the double take. Sweetness. You can have whatever. Welcome back, Saffron. I was on the edge of my stool watching you attempt to paint while fighting, but you soon seemed to get the hang of it. I'm glad our makeshift solution worked as intended. Our makeshift solution worked as intended because I made it work. Painting is easy as it is intended. I feel I should remind you, however, that the brush was very specifically designed with that arena and that foe in mind. Against aught else, it will avail you precisely as much as any other brush. One moment. Aye, this is Garland. Oh, that's great news, and what? They did they? Understood. We'll meet them out there. That was Jesse. Apparently Biggs and Wedge considered themselves well enough to pay us a visit. They're on their way to the yawn. Fancy a brief jaunt to the surface? No, thank you. I have data to analyze. Fine, then just the three of us. Chief, Saffron, and Alpha 2, we didn't mean to drag you away from your work. Nonsense. After all you've been through, how could we not come running? Speaking of which, should you even be walking? The Kyurgen will probably want to have words with us later, but we couldn't just lie back and let you brave the rift on your own. Do you even have enough hands for that much work? Who's taking care of all the little jobs? Ah, yes, the little jobs. It does seem that you two have spoiled me. I only recently learned that the kettle does not in fact fill itself, but we were muddling along somehow. Saffron has been a pillar of strength as always, and Elf has proven to be a stalwart companion, and Nero has been invaluable and insufferable in equal measure. As for the test subjects themselves, they're considerably formidable, but Omega's experiments hasn't broken us yet, so go home. Heal. And don't come back until you're fully recovered. Good to hear that everything's going well, but you can call us the moment anything goes wrong. We'll be out here in a wink, even if we have to crawl.
Listen to me, Alpha. That uniform you're wearing makes you an official employee of Garland Ironworks. That means you can call on us whenever you're in trouble, and that we can call on you. It means you're not alone. Biggs and I have a while to go, so I want you to look out for Saffron and the Chief for us, alright?
Oh, before I begin, we brought you something to improve spring in your step. You can't fight Omega's creations on field rations alone.
Sure. Legalized drugs.
Meanwhile... Now, what do we have here? This next one seems to be strong, but exhibits no other notable traits. How dull. The true challenge is this fourth opponent, but if I can find the patterns hidden in the chaos, then knowledge and reason shall prevail. For even the most random actions are products of an underlying logic. One has but to isolate the behavior triggers.
Yeah, tastes like salt water. Why would...
I need to take a closer look at that card. The Watcher watching the Watcher. Alpha's group shows signs of recovering from recent trauma, initiating action to maintain desirable stress levels. Ow.
Good there, Biggs? Big guy's not giving you any issues? Alpha and the Chief have already gone back in, so don't let us keep you. Our colleague over there should be glad to help you, should make your descent as soon as you're ready. This dreadful experiment may have a way yet to go, but if you keep taking it one battle at a time, you'll be fighting Omega before you... I mean, it will all be over before you know it.
Back are you? We should return to the task at hand. Everything all right, Nero? You look a bit green around the gills. The kettle was full of salt water. Not the best stuff to brew coffee with, it turns out. Really? Well, it wasn't my doing. Of course not. That would involve you filling it. The water came from Alpha, created by one of those cards of his. It was very thoughtful of him to make the effort, but next time I'd prefer the beverage that didn't leave me feeling ill. In any case, you can handle support for this third battle on your own. I want to begin preparations for the fourth. Fair enough. Right, Saffron, your next foe is simply known as Guardian. Unlike that ordeal with Shadowrook, this battle promises to be relatively straightforward. Courage and steel should be enough to win you the day. All right, Alpha. Give us number 3. And pray that it is actually quick this time. What was the last one popped? I guess it was at a time. Oh well. Alpha, can you hurry these up? No? Oh well. Yeah, that's not gonna be descriptive enough. Where did the Guardian pop up at 6? I think it was in the first world. Did it show up in Vector? We went back through? I don't think it was part of... Oh, no. Yeah, I don't think it was part of that. Boom. Yep. So you take care of all that. Seriously, most of this has just been the waiting, which is slightly annoying. Interesting. Does give me something to think about. Let me guess, we're waiting another 20. Awesome. Yep, you're still there. And we talked to Nero. Yep. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum,
Come on. Yep, we're going for the 20 again. I figured as much with that. Come on. This has really gone on a lot longer than it should have. This is only Sigma. Still have to go through Alpha.
Come on, people. Really? Holy crap. Come on. Bum. Oh, wow, that finally showed up. That's insane. Oh, please don't. I know we've been waiting a while, but come on. It's gonna. Damn it. It's gonna. Oh, no, I'm wrong. I'll gladly accept that. Alright, another 6 reference. Was it in the tower? Actually, that does sound right now that you mention it. The Guardian will transition between hosts of different combat programs. Try to keep track of it. Incoming. Loading first program, Air Force. I was out of that. They may look small, but they will hit. Loading next program, Dalamudra. So we get to face him all over again. Awesome. Where is mine? There he is. Owie. Loading next program. Ultros. Holy crap. That was a lot of ink. Tentacle Simulator 2000. Alright, who are you gonna hit? Yep, I saw that. Yes, coming. Loading next program. The book guy thing. Which means the ring's on the ground. Gotta do all of them. Well, this is gonna be fun. Oh, and by the way, we have to deal with him as well. Well, I'm eating that one. Not. Okay, I'll eat that instead. Loading next program, Air Force. I was actually out that time. Sweet. Oh, fuck. Let's see. Who are you targeting? Not me. That's good. Oh, bombs. What I never get right, so I am not touching those. And someone screwed one up. That is why I don't touch them. Loading next program, Dalamudra. Ow. You know what? I'll stay out here. You all can figure out the inside. That was fun. But now we're done. Ah, the orchestrion was the ninth one. Congratulations, old friend. Judging by the lack of smoking holes, I'd say you have a natural talent for avoiding laser beams. That is what passes for a straightforward battlefielder. Phantom trains, possessed pictures, and now this Magitech-like machine. Assuming it was real, the realm of the Sigmascape is based on what have been vitally advanced in both arcane and mechanical arts. Almost like the birth of Magitech. It is truly a pity we cannot identify the test world's origin. Imagine how much we might have learned from such a civilization had we encountered it under different circumstances, and had not fallen to a world of ruin. But now is not the time for such idle thoughts. The next battle will be the last for this world, and Nero should have a strategy to share with us by now. Dun, dun. This is it. The final battle to conquer the Sigmascape. We've put together a profile of your next opponent. Yeah, I highly doubt. You've encountered some fantastical foes here, but this time you'll have the novel experience of fighting an actual person. His name is Kefka, and he's a jester. According to this data, his preferred mode of fooling around didn't just bring the house down, but the whole world. Apparently, he found comedy in tragedies of others, and condemned thousands to death for his own amusement. That a jester could bring such misery, 'tis almost amusing. Nevertheless, we must treat this villain with all seriousness. His rise to godhood and subsequent rule over his shattered world is clearly documented in the records. Kefka is a formidable mage, and a cunning one besides. Your tactics must account for both his power and his trickery. You've been working on a solution, yes? Will it be enough? Will it be enough? Have you even known me to do anything by halves? The Justice paint is a mask for his intent. If you only watch the surface, you'll be fighting at a disadvantage. To put it bluntly, Kafka will seek to deceive you even as you predict his actions and adjust your position. His true attack will reveal the feint for what it was. This is where things become interesting. I have tuned this monitor to allow me to observe the Sigmascape with greatly enhanced clarity. If I observe a discrepancy between Kefka's behavior and impending attack, I will endeavor to warn you. Timing will be critical, of course. How confident are you of this strategy? I predict a 50% chance of success. Any delay, however, will slight in reacting to his feints and will render my warnings all but pointless. Isn't it exciting? There is no safe way to practice this hero. We must test our tactics on the field of battle. Sure. I'm afraid he's right. I'll lend you all the support I can from this side. Make what preparations you need and head into the Sigmascape. We can't let this jester have the last laugh. Embrace your destruction. It is the fate of all things. But people can always rebuild, and new lives will always be reborn. A fragmented conversation that accompanied Kafka's data. His was the first line, but there was no mention of who uttered the reply. Perhaps. I admire the ideal of upsetting the status quo. Go on, champion. I tire of waiting for the fun to begin. Moving on. Alpha, give us 4. And pray let us get into it quick. Um, Oops. There we go. So the mask was him all along. Who could have foretold? Jesus, 5, really? Oh. Really hope Alpha Escape goes by quicker. Ugh. Oh. Hmm. Say a bird. Try the one thing that always works. Well, that normally works. I always forget that. Okay. Come on. We got the 2. Give us more. Just a little more. Like 6 more. And it looks like it might be waiting the full duration again. Even if I did an awake, then. Yeah, never mind. I still got to. That's 3. Getting closer. Love how these average wait times are rarely correct. Eventually, we will get there. Yeah, this one is going to be the longer one. Come on, folks. Let's go and go and go. Oh. Really, 3 of us are sitting here waiting. And nobody else. Ah, that cross DC cannot come quick enough. Wow, that's sad. Even with people in the queue, it's still taking forever. Come on. Tank left, really? All the fun and joy. There we go. Finally, we can get out of Sigmascape. Hopefully. There we go. And it's time for him. And they even brought that back. So- That is a lot of dancers. Getting out of that. Let me guess, you're going to target me with it. How did I know? Seriously, what is with this targeting? We're reversed on this one. And this one. And there's a statue of Bill Repute. Ay, 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 that went this way. So we all should go that way. And there goes the tank. Ignoring that one. Sweetness. We're staying inside. And you are going to come all the way down here, right? Smarts. This is gonna be fun. And statue's gonna do stuff again. I don't have that ready. It's gonna hit that half, so we stay on this one. Please don't target me again. Oh, thank you. Whoops. Went out too early. You are attacking that house. And we are out of position. Alright, we could probably drop it right now for the phase transition. We are looking towards it. Because that makes perfect sense. And that is the end of Final Fantasy VI. Moving on. That's it, isn't it? She won? This contest has been decided. Alpha Group is victorious. The Sigma Scape test wood world has now been erased. Come on, we should go and find Saffron. Hmm? Nero? Talk to me, man. Are you hurt? You could say that. I had a visitor while you were attending your little Ironworks reunion. Omega. Damn it. Should have never left you alone. Not after what happened with Biggs and Wedge. Huh. As if I would trail along beside you like some sniveling lapdog. No, I chose to remain, and behold the results. This was my victory. It was my ingenuity that defeated these foes. Even your precious warrior of light was just another variable in my grand experiments. Alright, Nero, save your strength. I'll fetch Saffron and Alpha, and then we can get out of here. Garland. The next round is yours. But you can't keep holding back. It is time to unfetter that brilliant mind of yours, to do what must be done. And I'm not just talking about what becomes of Omega. You cannot preach freedom through technology and keep yourself locked up in chains. Another battle won. Thy might knoweth no bounds, child of man. The Sigmascape has been terminated. Congratulations, Alpha Group. Congratulations, Saffron Cannon Kuro. Consistent with previous performances, you have once more defeated a foe of vastly superior combat capabilities. I have constructed a theory to explain this phenomenon. In order to conserve life energy, you subconsciously limit your output during standard activities. I have taken this factor into account when calculating your potential, but judging by the wild fluctuations in values, is it possible your limits are exceeded by an unprecedented high degree when engaged in battle? Current data unreliable. Accuracy of further experiments may be compromised. Recalculations necessary. You will exhibit your full potential unrestricted by self imposed limits. Prediction. Placing subject in mortal peril will facilitate the collection of desired data. Really? You're gonna trap us like Shinryu? Reveal your power. Let me measure the extent of your existence. In precisely 180 seconds, I will terminate your life. You are to escape with every last reserve of your strength you possess. Alpha, your participation is unnecessary. Do not interfere. Not sure that's helpful. Curious. 'Twould seem the circumstance of thy birth taint not the purity of thy life. Seed which all mortals nurture is found within thee too, Alpha. As for thee, Omega, after the passing of eons, is this truly the extent of thine evolution? I have glimpsed the core of thy wretched existence, and judged that my guidance here is no longer needed. Uh-oh. You, pissed off the big guy. Just slightly. Even I cannot fully bend the rules which govern this place. I've reached beyond my strength at last. But so be it. Such a death becometh thee not. To slumber shall I betake me for a time. The incarnation I leave with thee will be mine in form, but not in spirit. Midgar Somer, again your actions are incomprehensible. Heed me, empty vessel. Thine all too clumsy effort to draw out that which by thine own admission defieth thy understanding is the very height of folly. Together, thy desire, trust to the results of thine experiments, and when thou hast witnessed these mortals in the fullness of their glory, then mayest thou determine if the prize thou seekest is thine for the taking. Acknowledged. Attempting to artificially elicit potential has failed. Tend to your injuries, Alpha Group, and prepare for the next round of testing. Zephyrin, Alpha, I need your help. It's Nero. He's... Would seem we've all had a tale to share. But not here. Come on, we're leaving. Madam, the chief has already departed for Ralgar's Reach. A few of our people are on hand to help transport Nero. Oh, and I was told to tell you that Jessie expects a full report as soon as it's convenient. And by that, she generally means now. Don't you run away, Alpha. You're the one doing the report, not me. Zephyrin, I was told you'd made it out of the hole, but nothing beats seeing you with my own two eyes. In case you're wondering, Nero is taken straight to the infirmary. The chief should be back soon with the news if you don't mind waiting. Chief, how is he? Not good. Seems one of Omega's nastier minions paid him a visit in our absence. He's putting on a brave face, but having seen his injuries, I'm surprised he's kept going for as long as he did. Kyrgen's confined him to bed. Even should Omega extend its next invitation, Nero won't be coming with us. Midgar Somer is taking a lengthy nap now, is he? And it won't be long before our base camp is lost to the rift again. When the time comes, I'll join the expedition myself. The challenges will only get harder, and you'll need someone reliable at your back. I appreciate the offer, Jesse, and I may yet take you up on it when the time comes. But let's not make any decisions just yet. I have a lot of thinking to do about what happened and what lies ahead. Poor thing. He seems worried. Do 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 do. Bum bum bum. It ain't over yet, Birdie. Oh, that got a smile out of him. We may not understand what he says, but I think we can understand how he feels. Right. As much as I'd like to stay and chat, we all have work to do. Sooner or later, we're going to have to face down Omega itself. We've seen what it's capable of. We need to be stronger. We need to be ready when Omega calls on us again. Let's make sure that we are.
Good timing, Saffron. There's been another anomaly detected at the yawn. Assuming previous instances are anything to go by, this energy fluctuation is another of Mega's so-called invitations. If you don't mind waiting a moment or two, then we can discuss things with Master Garland. He should be here soon. Chief should be here by now. I bet my stock in the company he's fiddling around with that research data. Well, I suppose I should explain, even if the chief might prefer me not to share. After your last run-in with Omega, Master Garland had some research notes smuggled in from the Empire, from Garlemald. The notes are part of Midas van Garland legacy, who was, of course, the chief's father and the Empire's preeminent engineer. The incident at Boja Citadel, do you know of it?
Never heard of it.
Boja was an imperial fortress city. It was there that Midas constructed the lunar transmitter, a device built to communicate with Dalmud. Emperor Solus had ordered Midas to devise a means to destroy primals, so he sought to harness the power of the Red Moon. The project was a failure. Oh, he succeeded in controlling Dalmud, all right. But the immense energies emitted from the satellite vaporized not only the transmitter, but the entire town in which it was built. As you can imagine, the job of sifting through the rubble afterwards was no pleasant task. Master Garland was slated to assume his father's position as head engineer, but this disaster, added to his opposition to the Empire's path of conquest, convinced him to abandon his homeland. The chief wanted nothing to do with the lunar transmitter or the data used to create it, until now. I think he means to put that research to use in your conflict with Omega. In fact, given the time frame, there could be no other explanation. Listen to me, Saffron. Chief's a genius is plagued by a great deal of apprehension. But even so, once he makes a decision, he doesn't do things by halves. When the time comes, he'll come through for us. You have to believe that.
Sorry I'm late. Was a little too focused on my work and lost all sense of time.
That's no excuse, Chief. What have I told you about being punctual to staff meetings? In any case, I've shared the situation at the yawn with Saffron here.
Good. Then you know that Omega is likely ready to continue with this test. Shall we go and knock on the door?
But Chief, Biggs and Wedge aren't fit for field work yet, and the Chirurgeons give Nero strict orders to stay in bed.
And what of Midgar Somar? Still taking his nap, is he?
That leaves only you, Saffron, and Alpha. Maybe it's time I joined the expedition?
No, Jesse. I need your talents elsewhere. There's a half-built device in the workshop that I need you to finish putting together. I've drawn up the designs and completed the core mechanisms. Final assembly should pose no problem for an engineer of your abilities.
A new device? Does this mean you use the... Whatever you say, Chief. I'll have it ready and waiting for you. Just be safe in there.
Right, let's get back to the rift for us. Let's finish these experiments and bring the fight to Omega itself.
Bum 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 bum. Bum bum. Nope, we want this. Alright, let's see if we can get Alphascape done reasonably quickly compared to everything else.
Move it, bird. Are you ready, Saffron? Come now, we're in this together, and if you'll just indulge me a little longer, I do have something planned. What about you, Alpha? All set to go? That's the spirit. Let's dive right in, shall we? And not deal with his duty this time. And there's only one egg remaining. We're missing some test worlds. Mega's experiments must be nearing an end. Interesting. Welcome, welcome. Your arrival has been highly anticipated. And I will confirm your earlier suspicion. My experiments have indeed reached the final stage. Of the 89 test subjects I trialed, 4 PSI groups combatants emerge victorious. Of those 4, further conflict determined the strongest among them. This surviving specimen shall be your opponent. We've come at last to the last round of testing, then. Should we win this battle, are we finally face you in combat? Affirmative. Such an outcome would allow me to pursue my objective to its conclusion. I would continue analyzing the quality which you allow to prevail despite your frailty, and integrate said qualities into my own arsenal. I will be pleased if my experiment yields the relevant data, but engaging you directly is still the most efficient and reliable testing method. Omitting intermediary steps, evaluation of combat potential deemed superfluous. Proceeding immediately with final experiment. Stop. Alpha, your task is complete. Your presence among these test subjects is no longer required. What do you mean by that? I will guide your progress personally from this point onward. Alpha's role in transferring authority is now obsolete. Even so, Alpha is a valued companion, and if he wishes to continue on with us, I have no intention of leaving him behind. Companion. Companions are those who prove mutual benefit. The instant Alpha's authority became redundant, he lost his sole qualification to be regarded as such. Furthermore, the primary function of Alpha's existence was to lure you into my domain. He would be more accurately described as bait. Test subject Alpha can neither confirm nor deny my statement. He possesses no memories prior to his encounter with you. He was the first entity I created here in this realm. my first and only attempt to recreate a being who shared your mundane parameters. I based his incarnation upon a most ordinary life form, one which had somehow bested an enemy whose strength rivaled my own. By observing the feeble creature in the heat of battle, I sought to understand the source of this contradiction. Boku? I repeated the experiment once, twice, 1,000 times, yet the results never deviated from estimated projections. The test subject was an abject failure, and thus I resolved to adapt my methodology. I would focus instead on stimulating powerful opponents and summoning mortals of natural origin here to combat them. For Alpha, I devised a new purpose. I erased his memory, implanted a compulsion to return to me, then ejected him into your world. Weak beings exhibit a tendency to form groups. I surmised that this instinctual behavior would aid Alpha in bringing me the test subjects I required, a function he has performed with adequate competence. Tell me something about it. This ability of yours to generate matter was not originally intended for creating other life forms, was it? Your query bears little relevance to the topic at hand. Affirmative. I was equipped with matter generation capabilities for the purpose of unlimited self-improvement and armament expansion. Fabricating life forms was not the intended function, but the practice is not otherwise prohibited or problematic. I disagree with you there. As an engineer, I would advise against using such technologies for purposes outside its design. From the very start, you've been making the same mistake. Even the powerful subjects of your test worlds were made crippled and incomplete. It is conviction which drove these villains to terrible greatness, the same limitless conviction which allows weakling heroes to overcome them. Do you not understand that we'll never lose to your creations, no matter how much stronger they should be according to your soul's calculations? Come, Saffron, let us be on our way. You too, Alpha. Coming, bird? Alright, let's get Alpha Escape on the way. I know that place. Have our base camp up and running. You can dive into the final test whenever you wish. As for the world's inhabitant, Omega has generously provided us with a basic profile. Your opponent is named Chaos. First heroes defeated this evil with a conflict that took place so long ago, I'm having trouble separating myth from history. Unless, of course, this is an entity from another reality, as were the dozens of the Sigma Escape. In which case, it may be pointless to even attempt to confirm the details. Doesn't matter. What is certain, however, is that Chaos stands triumphant over a roster of truly monstrous test subjects. It promises to be a grueling battle, but one which will open the gate to fight Omega itself. Alpha, you and I will need to provide support for Saffron. Will you be my assistant? You're bothered by what Omega said earlier. You think you're responsible for dragging us into this mess? Trust me when I say it's not your fault. We were the ones who awakened Omega, and we're the ones who need to deal with the consequences. By the way, do you still have that card you used to boil the water in the kettle? It's been brought to my attention that I am a spoiled blue blood who can't even refill a pot without constant reminders. If you could take charge of that, then it would be most helpful. Tis inconvenient without Midgar Somer here to translate his chirping. Still, the best medicine for his worries is for you to win the next contest. Let's show him we're on top of things, eh? Alpha 1. Here we go, back to the beginning. Bum 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 bum. And for the love of crap, please let it be that quick. Exactly. So there are no eggs left. Nope. Just a whole bunch of balls. Wonderful. Yeah, I can get that right. Stuff, right? That was a lot faster. Hopefully that's a good sign. We've been gone for quite a while there. Wow. Nope. It is the Traveler of Time. One who was beaten after his defeat. Ooh, that's gonna hurt. You can normally dodge that. You can most definitely dodge this. Ow. Yeah, don't stack those. That's why you don't stack those. This isn't Crystal Tower anymore. And the crosshairs. A fun part. Owie. That's gonna hurt. Two, one. Those are gonna be big. Yeah, we'll let the tanks handle that. What's your next fun toy that you're gonna play with? Oh, crap. Phase transition. Why'd you come to me, seriously? And takes care of that. Ow. Even with Mantra, that still hit. Comes big hit. Oh, goodness. Good to see everybody knows how donuts work. Oh, that's gonna be painful. And that's the first one. Right, burgers. See you next time. Come on. Go. The battle is concluded. Alpha Group is victorious. This also signals the completion of my experiments and the incontestable fact of your supremacy. Seems a little early for that. And yet, the progress by which you consistently exceed your projected potential continues to confound my understanding. Is it possible that test subject Sid's suppositions are correct? That my calculations and simulations are fundamentally flawed? Do mortals truly boast some indefinable quality that I do not possess and cannot measure? Error. Logic loop malfunction. Resolution requires additional data. If the nature of your existence defies standard reasoning, then I must examine you from an illogical angle. I will subject the unknown to the imperfect. Test subject Safrine Kanekuro will proceed to a supplemental stage. Hmm. I have altered this test world to reflect a recorded memory. It originates from a time when a war had erupted on a distant star. I was deployed to the battlefield, and it was there that I engaged an enemy of unmatched strength. The contest ended prematurely, and I fell down to bring down my foe. Subsequently, I lack the data to fabricate a complete, accurate simulation. Results stemming from such a subject are unreliable. Even should you be defeated by this incomplete creation, I will still honor your previous victories and engage you in combat myself. That is, of course, assuming you survive. According to my past observations, this opponent will accept only death as a condition of defeat. It's been a while. Prepare to face Midgar Somer, red-maned worm of the Dragon Star, and nemesis of my world. This is not the fated specter that you know, or a mortal conjured simulacrum. You will contend with a true incarnation of the Father of Dragons, at the height of his power and glory. Omega, wait. You can't force Saffron to fight 2 battles back to back. She needs time to regain her strength. She must be allowed to recuperate, or your data testing will be skewed. Acknowledged. Test subject Saffron Kanankuro, you are permitted to leave. Re-enter the test world when your strength has returned to optimal levels. Good old Mitty in his prime. Awesome. Key? Saffron, I'm right here. I don't think you can see me, but I'm standing right next to Alpha. I think he's lost a little bit of weight, don't you, Alpha? My apologies. It was not my intention to undermine the gravity of the situation with this diversion. I noticed the kettle was boiled over, and I thought some tea would soothe my nerves. I poured myself a cup, and halfway through drinking it before I realized my hand, not to mention the recipe, had turned invisible. I understand the situation is unsettling, but I can assure you I can still work unimpeded. Now, we had best discuss how to approach... Yeah. Oh. It seems to have worn off. No, you're not to blame. I did ask you to fill the kettle after all. And I had forgotten what Nero had said about your card producing water with unexpected properties. Although it seems the effects were rather different this time. In any case, 'tis was a pleasant distraction from our greater woes, however brief. We'll set the rest of the water aside for now and decide what to do with it later. Great, Saffron, we need to talk about the forthcoming contest with Midgar Somer. Watching through the monitor, I could see that this worm appeared different to the one we know. From everything we've heard thus far, it seems that Omega and Midgar Somer have both hail from different stars. 2 distant worlds at war with one another. As a result of the conflict, the worm was forced to gather his offspring and leave his home behind. And after evading Omega's pursuit over the course of an unimaginable journey, Father of Dragons arrived here on our world. I'm assuming the entity you faced is younger, more vital Midgar Somer. Just as he was when Omega first encountered him thousands of years in the past. A formidable foe indeed. That was just a specter, but... Wait, you've fought Midgar Somer before? But yes, I think I see your concern. It'd be unwise to treat this as the same opponent, considering how different they might possibly be. Certainly doesn't help that Omega's little surprise isn't registered as an official test subject. Can't even use the terminals to search for the most basic information. With that in mind, Saffron, I have a proposal. I wish to leave the completion of this supplemental stage entirely in your heroic hands. Rather than twiddle my thumbs while you prepare to contend with the dragon, I mean instead to work on a strategy for an inevitable confrontation with Omega. Then, my friend, we will put a stop to this mad machine once for all. I'm glad we're in agreement. I'll ready my tools and you ready yours, so you will warn to decide. A2, let's go. And let's hope it's as quick as the first one. What do you say, Alpha? Nothing's on the screen this time. Awesome. Oh, jeez. Well, that was worth hoping. Ooh, that did pop a lot faster than expected. Sweetness. All right, big guy. Let's take you on one final time. One circle. Two circle. Means AoE. And I was out of that. Screw you. Two circle. Those are lucky attacks. And this is actually a multi-stack. One circle. One flip is a donut. One circle. 2 circle is the AoE, and we got extras. Come on. One flip. 2 flips is the cross. Put the ice at the edge. 1 flip. 2 flip is the cross. Ooh, that was close. And find the grid. Now we just need to hit these things as hard as we can. Ow. Now time for the big boom. Ow. And I lost my ability. That's gonna hurt a little. Hey, do you like ice? We got ice for you. That's 1 circle. And that's a flip, which means donut, and I went the wrong way. Owie, get out of that. It's 1 flip. That's 2 flips, which is the cross. Oh, shit. So we're on that side. Save here. That's 1 flip, and we should finish. Go. That's a 2. Another stunning victory, Saffreen. I felt the breath catch my throat on more than one occasion. Yet even as I watched the battle rage, I was struck by an idle thought. Do you notice the resemblance between Midgar Somer and Shinryu? Like most primal forms, Shinryu's form had no basis of any system of belief. I had heard the theory that the summoner was simply influenced by the majesty and the power of the elder primal Bahamut. But now I'm beginning to think that there might be another explanation. The primal took its shape from the ancestor of all dragons on Hydaelyn. Huh. Widely held concept of how a dragon appears has for centuries upon centuries been rooted in depictions of Midgar Somer. Summoner may have not even sought to intimidate him specifically. Subconscious thoughts and memories alone could have guided this similarity. Not that I have any way of confirming this theory of true, of course. Nevertheless, it's interesting that Shinryu's summoning should lead us to an awakening of Omega. Strange twist of fate when you consider that the machine's connection to Midgar Somer. Well, whatever the destiny has in store, you've already bested the opponent that Omega itself failed to overcome. A feat worthy of celebration, I'd say. Dun, 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 dun. Oh. Come on. Time to take on the big fella himself. Your move, Omega. Shutdown initiated. All core experiments and supplemental testing concluded. Discarding test world. Systems resources rerouting to primary operations. Congratulations, Alpha Group. As the last surviving test subject, you have removed every challenger on your path to reach me. I, too, am eager to meet you in battle. The margin of error I observed between my simulations and your practical performance against Midgar Somer necessitates direct and immediate analysis. Confrontation imminent. Prepare for unmitigated hostilities, then activate the relocation device to enter the arena. This is it, then. Omega's power might seem overwhelming, but trust old Sid. I have a fair idea of where its weakness lies. I've been working on something to exploit that vulnerability. I just need a little more time to prepare. First things first, we make a few adjustments here, like so. Alpha, do you have any of those tricks and tools left over? I want us to have as many options as is available. So let's lay our cards on the table, as it were. What do we have here? Some sort of gem, a couple of stones? It's almost like you've been digging in a cave. And one single card. This makes things bigger, does it? Or smaller? Right. It was a fool of me to even ask. We best leave you in charge of when and how to use your special tools. Ah, I almost forgot. We'll eat later. Don't all chocobos know how to kick? Here, you should carry this as well. I've filled an empty bottle with invisibility water from the kettle. It might prove useful in the right situation. Listen to me, Alpha. Up until now, Omega has poked and prodded us from one mad experiment to the next. And honestly, we have no idea what might happen in them. But between us, I believe we have the knowledge and skills to prevail. You see a chance to make a difference, I want you to take it. All you need is faith in yourself, and a little courage to see it through. Right, Jesse should have the device put together by now. Let's head outside, shall we? Almost there. I'll head straight back to Ralgar's Ridge and collect my new toy. I do need to still run through a final inspection, so feel free to rest in town in the meantime. We'll discuss strategy the moment I'm finished. Okay. Um... You're looking a bit shaky there, old friend. Yarrow, they let you out of bed, did they? After studying the data collected from the battle between Omega and Shinryu, one is led to a certain conclusion. Of all the primal attacks, Shinryu's burst of lightning was the one thing that pierced the machine's defenses. Omega, it would seem, is vulnerable to electrical energy. Aye, and all available evidence supports such theory, which is likely an intrinsic weakness that even Omega itself cannot fully compensate for. Yet be as that may, I can imagine it can still shrug off shocks generated by ordinary means, which will need to hit it with a truly gargantuan blast of energy. And so you made that, based on a Midasian design, didn't you? The plans for the lunar transmitter. When my father was establishing a connection between the transmitter and Dalamud, he invented a method for accumulating and converting energy on a vast scale. Too vast, as it turned out, but the technology which leveled an entire town may be the exact tool we need for the task at hand. I made my own improvements and triple-checked the calculations on parchment. The idea is sound, and Jesse has done a fine job assembling the parts. I fail to see the problem. What are you afraid of, Garland? I don't know. The device should give us an edge that we need. It's just... Whenever I look at it, I'm taken back to those dark days after the incident. I remember bodies melted by the searing heat. I remember the bereaved and felt the weight of their silent accusations. I remember the Empire's remorseless response. We turned outwards in search of answers, but the inventions we created to ensure our future were used instead to destroy lives, to wage war. And that's why I fled. I came to Eorzea and swore only to employ technology for benevolent ends. But naught is ever so straightforward. Every connection I have forged with the people of this realm reminds me of that fact. Often the act of living itself is a never-ending struggle against the world determined to oppose you. You can have the best intentions and still cause hurt to you yourself and others. But 'tis the confrontation of these wounds that we learn the better path, how to grasp those moments of true contentment. What drivel? You never used to bother with all these tedious introspections. Healing our morality, are we? Mayhap I am. I had no such hesitation when I was a student. It was all bright and shiny innovations on the double, and later consequences be damned. Now, though, I don't mind thinking through the outcomes and taking the time to produce just one rigorously tested and carefully designed invention. 'Tis a reflection, I think, of just how much there is in the world that I care about, now aside from myself. Ugh, I don't understand you at all. But I suppose, if anything, Omega and its unfettered testing methods represent the student you once were. And if you insist that your present self is the better one, then you best prove it with that device of yours. I suppose I must. Although 'tis hardly fair to compare my youth to Omega's solitary existence, I always had the second best student in the class pushing me to excel. I seem to recall a twinge of irritation any time he would outscore me on an exam. I've been out of bed too long. I'd better go lie down before I fall over and vomit. Don't ask. Oh, crap. I didn't want to skip those. Shoot. Nope, we want to go back to the rift. Apologies for the delay, but I think you'll agree the Ironworks' latest invention was worth the wait. This is the control module for something I've dubbed the Omega Gem. It will allow you to create a colossal burst of lightning at any point of your choosing. The effect won't disable Omega itself, of course, but it should be strong enough to knock out any of its armaments. I'll remain here and operate the main body of the device. I want you to do everything in my power as an engineer to ensure that you emerge victorious. It all comes down to this. A3 is up and ready. Will be quick. Nothing is else out there. Except for a few scraps here and there. Wow. 7. Wow. This has been a long one. Oh, I really hope next weekend isn't bad. Nope. Do. Last time it said 17, but we got pretty quick on that. Hopefully this time around it'll be just the same. it's not bleeding through. Right. Do, 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 do. I'll go over there. Boom, 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 bum, bum. It is unfortunate. What do you gotta say, Alpha? Agreed. Yep, another duty action item. Interesting that we had 3 of them in the Omega raids. Did not have any in Alexander. I don't remember. I mean, we had an ATB, but that doesn't really count. I don't think we get to use them anytime after this. It's interesting. I mean, what's the next time? Arkfeld? Really? I don't remember any in the Eden or any in the Pandemonium. None in the Arcadian. None of the Alliance raids have them. Yeah. I think the next time is Arkfeld. Huh. Just people didn't really like them. Come on, let's get this big fight going.
Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. And unfortunately, this is one that cannot be skipped. Just because of the mechanic that comes during intermission. So we've got to wait however long it takes. And we still got one more after this one. They are going up. Okay. Hmm. Please.
Come on. That was weird. What? I mean, not even one? Really? There we go. Took longer than desired, but we got there. It's cute. And there's the theme. And there's our duty action. That's gonna hurt. Get ready for the big boom. There it goes. Marbor is the left. Starboard is going to be the right. That's left again. And that's a healer down. Come on, drop. You. Ooh, there's one tank gone, and the other tank is gone. Awesome. This is one hell of a start. And we're going to use our jammer on those, because I don't want to deal with them. And we have a tank who can provoke. Sweet! that, do that. Ace change. Well, we're getting hit by one. Not the worst, but... Ooh, somebody got to it in time. Awesome. And even though this is only 4, you do want to actually stand in those. Otherwise, you get a nasty little debuff. Why did you run? You weren't that far behind on the DPS check. Now, this is the part where you cannot solo. You need, I think, 5 people, honestly, to get through this section at a bare minimum. Everybody has to be hitting this thing. And if the barrier doesn't go up, you go bye-bye. Yeah, it typically will take everybody. Alright, now we get to deal with the big hands. That was delayed. Of course you would do that. Come on, fire. Thank you. Ink. Why is it on me? Ow. Starboard is on the right. Starboard is still on the right. And that's just going to hurt us all. Now let's mix it up a bit. Big and smalls. The rest can go wherever the heck they feel like. Alright, so... Oh, that's going to be a fun one. Owie. Yep, we are getting the hell out of here. Force. Did not actually want to put that there, but doesn't really give me much of a choice. That's on the left. Alright, where are you? You're back here. Where's your big hand? That's on the right. That shot of there. And that's just gonna hurt. Well, we're winging this at the end. Please hold up. Thank you. We are done with A3. Boom? No boom. Huh. That's a weird place to put that. Considering... Saffron. By the gods, you've done it. You defeated Omega. We've won. Analysis. Subjects displayed erratic levels of combat capability. Failure to exploit opportunities to inflict unavoidable damage. Noted tendency for isolated arrows to compound and adversely affect performance. Conversely, subjects observed to launch attacks at sporadic intervals with unexpected force. Stated phenomena increasingly prevalent once my structural integrity reached critical levels. Adrenaline-induced in frenzy suspected. Furthermore, degree and manner of inconsistency varies from subject to subject. Unpredictability difficult to counter. I observed similar anomalies during my battle with Midgar-Sober, but the phenomena appears far more pronounced in weaker opponents. I do not understand. Your physiology must include some enhancement function that I cannot detect. My programming demands I assimilate this capability. Insufficient data. I must reassess my methods and devise a more exhaustive testing and combat protocol. What the? In the rift? I have determined the optimal form for this experiment. Prioritizing physical reconfiguration, diverting energy from interspatial maintenance, collapsing rift. Omega, wait! There's nothing outside this rift but empty space. We cast out into the void. Affirmative. Your demise was factored into my determinations. Probability of hostile subjects interfering with the reconfiguration process was unacceptably high. I acknowledge your value as test subjects, but you are not irreplaceable. Once my reassembly is complete, I will send Alpha to lure new mortals. Testing will continue. Ending communications. Well, that sucked. We're being drawn away. Run, Saffrine, run. Interspatial Dominion. Resource cut by 82%. Entering dormant mode. Commencing automated memory scan. Data file. Target Midgar Sonar. Departure from planetary atmosphere confirmed. Presence of 7 distinct life forms detected in close vicinity of target. Irrelevant. Sir indicates no change to existing directive. Commencing pursuit. Data file. Distance to target increasing. Velocity insufficient. Dismantling and reconfiguring chassis. Velocity increase achieved. Overall performance maintained at 96%. Data file. Asteroid belt cleared. Repairing damage and continuing pursuit. Performance at 72% and falling. Data file. Signal lost from local interference suspected. Attempting to re-establish contact. Failure. Executing current mission directive until communications are restored. Performance at 59%. Data file. Struck by electromagnetic pulse while navigating quadrant. Partial systems failure. Homing coordinates lost. Assessment. I am an evolving weapon construct. Acquire adaptations through combat. Repeat until capabilities enable rediscovery of return route. Mission directive unchanged. Data file. Data file. Data file. Alpha, an abject failure. I erased his memory, implanted a compulsion to return to me. Data file. Damaged, repairing. Damaged, repairing. 33%. Data file. Passing frozen star. Passing barren star. Passing vortex star. Passing dying star. Operating on minimum energy. No signal detected. No response to. All you need is faith in yourself and a little courage to see it through. Data file. Target lost. Last known coordinates recorded on planet. Alpha. Your homing instinct is functioning as designed. Evidence suggests your fellow Alpha group subjects perished when the rift contracted. Unavoidable, but there is a multiple of their kind. The next experiment will go forward as planned. Such protestations are wasted energy. This does not aid you in executing your assigned task. Just as I pursue my directive, so must you fulfill your role. Our purpose justifies our existence. Intrusion detected. Our thanks, Alpha. That was some marathon. Now, who was saying our feathered companion here was obsolete? He put his tools to work even as the rift began to collapse, shrank us down, and turned us invisible, all so he could bring you a little surprise. But he had to keep quiet about it, or you realize we survived. He had to trust that we were still clinging on, even as he ran through the endless freezing void. You want to test us, Omega? So let the experiment begin. Illogical. Alpha had no reason to take such actions. How do you continue to defy my projections? Error. 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 Insufficient data. Adjusting experimental protocol. I will engage you now in battle. I must have my answers. Fighting in this form should provide me with a new level of understanding, insight into your philosophy, paleosology, your mindset, your morality. Seriously, you're starting to sound like Xenos at this point. Affirmative. I understand your language, but your words cannot sway me from my directives. You possess a capability that I do not. The instant I became aware of that fact, conflict became an inevitability. That is my purpose. That is Omega. Commencing final experiment. Testing will continue until I unlock the nature of your anomalous strength. Alpha 4? Alright, please, for the love of Christmas, be quick. How you doing, Alpha? Did not want to close that. bum, 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 bum. Ooh. Almost there. Come on. Let's do this quickly. What is that? No, don't care. There's one. It's two. Three. Four. Get another four. There is no gap in the middles. Darn. Oh boy. That's just... Wow, I did not expect it to go this long. Yep, there's no gaps. Um, well, that's not good. Alright, come on. No screwing around. There we go. A little longer than expected, but it is what it is. Time to finish this out. Just remember, he sucks, she blows. Howdy. I'm coming. And there goes half of everybody. Ow, that hurt. And it's gonna hurt even more. Oh, and there goes both healers. Oh, we're fucked. Come on, spin. Thank you. Yeah, we're not going to be able to do anything with this. Jesus. all reset when you want to. I was too far away for that. My bad. This is gonna suck. She is not in a good position. There goes everybody again. Alright, this should be... Shit. Edo, not good. And like always, he sucks. So spread it out. And we're going back to her. No. Christ. All right. Take him out with his shields. Ding, ding, ding. Did we lose everyone again? Oh, this is gonna be fun. Oh, crap. And where is she? She is over here. That's probably gonna kill me. Nope, but close. Alright, as you can see, we got the blue buff, which means we can hit her. Not that it's gonna matter. Do I have... You know what? Screw it. We'll do that. Let's see if we can get it this time. Out of the rain would be good. Oh, this one's gonna be painful. Let me guess, me again? No, for once it is not. Bum, 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 bum. This time is most likely going to be me. Again, it is not. I'm impressed. Giving us freebies on that. Sweet. Good, agreed. Alright, now stay away with that. Or not. Barriers down and we can focus on her. Are you going to do this correctly? Nope. What are you giving me this time? Switching. Ow. That's encouraging. Oh, crap. They're about to do their big stuff. Yep, here it comes. Well, that's encouraging. Now they're just limit breaking. Ow. Yeah, that was just a little painful. Come on. Close enough. And now, it's just a pile. And now, Alphascape is actually completed. Failure. Defeated. I want to understand you, to assimilate your strength. Alpha, your gesture serves no logical purpose. You are as incomprehensible as these mortals. But you did not fight them. How have you become like them? Omega, the anomaly you see in us, the answer you search for is... It's our heart, our spirit, the intangible strength of one's soul. It's not a quantity that can be measured or acquired through any amount of analytical combat. Instead of fighting against us, you might have learned more by standing with us, just like Alpha did. Heart, you speak of something more than what beats in your chest. The inconsistent, immeasurable factor beneath your victories. Midgar Somer displayed it too, but such unprecedented, predictable potential was never part of my design. Projection. Had I integrated this quality, how powerful would I have become? Strong enough to return. Nay, Omega, I'm afraid it doesn't work like that. 'Twas long and lonely path you traveled to arrive here. To return across the vast distance alone, anyone with a spirit to break would find the journey more difficult, not the least so. I see. I think. I understand. Therefore, I am. The rift, it's destabilizing. God's taking me for a fool. I hadn't planned past defeating Omega. Thanks, Sid. That's really helpful. Race Felgar? What are you doing here? Chief! Saffreen! Alpha! Hold on, we're coming! Wedge? And Biggs on on the back of a huge dragon? Oh, it's just Race Felgar. Nothing to worry about. Midgar Sommer sent us to rescue you. Explanations can wait. Hop on quick. And there is nothing left but a big old hole. It's been penetrated by who knows what. Race Felgar, wasn't it? Our thanks. He pulled us right out of a tight spot indeed. Spare me thy pleasantries, mortal. I but lent my wings at the request of my sire. Ah, so Midgar Sommer has been watching over us. I would dare give thanks to him as well. His intervention allowed us to continue our battle and for more remove the threat of Omega from this world, from all worlds. In all the long centuries of mine existence, this marketh the first occasion my father hast asked a boon of me. A gift of gratitude and mayhap of atonement for those who would face the deadly foe he left behind. Will he remain in slumber? 'Tis likely, little one. But what is but a fleeting respite for my sire might last a lesser creature's lifetime. But let not thy heart be troubled. Even in dream he doth keep his mind's eye upon the fate of this star. He is possessed of remarkable devotion is mayhap the closest word in the tongue of man. His love is as boundless as the sea of stars across which he carried his unhatched brood. It did sustain him even as the arduous journey exhausted the fire in his mane. And when he last arrived upon Heidelin, a sanctuary for his children, did he form with this land an irreplaceable bond. Enough. I have spoken to overmuch, but I will praise your victory as my father surely wish to were he here. Well, I can add being rescued by a giant great worm to the list of things I didn't expect to happen today. It was fortunate Hraesvelgar agreed to come with us. We had to defeat Omega at any cost, of course, but I much preferred being alive to celebrate the deed. Dun, 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 dun. Phew. I'm so glad we got you out of there. I don't know what we would have done if Hraesvelgar hadn't come. Situation being what it was, Widge and I came out of the yawn to see if we could lend you a hand. Hydrogen's orders be damned. That's when we saw the Aether bubbling like a hot pot in water. Just as we were debating whether or not we should jump in, that big surly dragon flew down and explained the anomaly. Then he offered us a ride. And the rest you already know. Jesse will be relieved to hear that Omega has gone and you lot are safe. I say we head straight back to Relegar's Reach and let everyone know the good news. Nope, nothing down there, Alpha. Nothing but nothingness. We are almost done. Welcome back, Saffreen. You truly are a force to be reckoned with. If there ever was another Omega, I'd wager you'd skip the experiments to go straight to generating a similar replica of you. Not that I'd want that to happen. And besides, I don't think anyone can truly mimic your strengths. You're our one-of-a-kind hero. So, does this mean we don't need to worry about Omega's monsters invading our home world anymore? Aye. All of its creations vanish along with the rift itself. With Omega defeated, we averted that particular catastrophe before it began. Saffreen struck the killing blow, of course, but we'd never wouldn't made it to that point without everyone's hard work and support. Once again, I am sincerely grateful to be surrounded by such wonderful colleagues. Ahem. Not to spoil the mood, Chief, but the Alliance leaders are anxious to learn of Omega's fate. Wasn't that what I'm muted? When every head of state is clamoring for a report, we can't very well ignore them. How much do you mean to tell them? How much indeed? All of it. When it comes to the threat of a mega's magnitude, we have a duty to reassure our allies that the world is not coming to an end. And the best way to do it is report every last detail.
I'm surprised at you, Chief. I was almost certain you'd want to muddy the waters to prevent knowledge of this technology falling into the wrong hands. Or something similar.
I doubt anyone outside our particular circle would even believe the tale. Experiments taking place in a rift between dimensions, facing off against villains recreated from history and legend, battling godlike beings from another world, and even assuming some ambitious fellow schemed to build an Omega of his own. Technology required is far beyond the reach of our terrible weapons homestar, distant dream.
Right, you heard the Chief. We missed our chance on the front lines, but there's plenty of work left to be done. Round everyone up who's standing idle and get moving on those reports. And don't forget to contact our people still out in the field.
Thank you, Jesse. I'll leave things in your capable...
Not so fast, Master Garland. You count as part of the support team as well. Saffreen did all the fighting and Alpha did all that running. But surely you have energy to spare. Who exactly did you expect to sign off on all those official reports? And even without that little chore, you have a pile of other company tasks that's grown arse high to the Aurochs while you've been tending to this whole Omega business. More importantly, isn't there someone else you should be sharing this victory with?
I probably should head over to the infirmary right away. Meanwhile, you should take a well-earned rest. I don't think there's a way to properly reward you for all you've accomplished, but I'll see what we can do. I'm just glad to have everyone back in one piece. Take care of yourself, Saffreen.
What are your plans, Omega? Alpha? With Omega gone, you're your own chocobo now. You can do whatever you want. Anything at all. You want to go outside? Do you have some place in mind?
Come on, Wedge. Get those LFL legs moving or I'll leave without you.
On my way.
Okay.
Where exactly in the race do you want to go?
Man, that little chocobo can move.
No idea.
Nero's not here? No, Chief. He said he needed time away for recuperation, and then he left. Recuperation. His wounds must be troubling more than he let on. He asked me to give you this first. What is this? A receipt for payment? It covers the cost for the following items: additional machine parts and implementations, supplemental reference publications, expenses incurred upon upgrading Magitech armor and gunhammer, funding spent on idle research during enforced convalescence. Oh, and it also includes a large sum listed as gratuity for exceptional services rendered. The entire amount was charged under your name, Master Garland. Find him! I want everyone searching for Nero right now. Everyone! Well, you got them good. Of course you can have a pet. You can have as many as you want. Holy crap, I think this is the longest one thus far. Oh, hello. What are you two up to? Taking in the sights, were you? And by the looks of things, you're eager to venture a little further afield. Well, if Saffron has no problem with it, then neither do I. Just don't go too far, alright? Not good enough. I'm sorry, Alpha, but we're all too busy to show you around the fringes right now. I'm not sure about sending you out there alone. You're really gonna try to chain down a wanderlust chocobo? You dick. When you think about it, this world is completely new to Alpha. And all he's done for us so far is travel back and forth between the Reach and the Yon. I bet his head is filled with questions and curiosity. He doesn't want to be taken for a walk, he wants to go on an adventure. Alpha's not some helpless chick, Biggs. He's stronger than you or me, and I wish I was half as brave. He should be allowed to. Listen, I'm going to talk to the chief about this. You're an employee, so there are certain rules we have to follow. I'm not saying I'm against the idea, and I'm willing to admit that Wedge has a point. But as I said, we've all got important jobs to take care of, Chief included. Can you wait a little longer? Saffron, do you mind keeping Alpha company until we get back? I promise we'll be quick. No, I don't have any extra treats or Gishal greens. Sorry to keep you waiting. My desk was covered in paperwork, but I've managed to clear away the most pressing matters. Now then, Alpha, I hear your heart's set on a journey of some kind? I just want to be sure, but you aren't leaving because you think you tricked us into the rift, or because you're Omega's creation, or anything like that, are you? I would have stopped you if that was the case. Pure curiosity, on the other hand, is something I like to encourage. Exploring and interacting with the world, I think the experience would be good for him. Despite Omega's power, its potential to learn was hobbled by the hostile directives. Alpha, on the other hand, is free to grow as he pleases. Very well, Alpha. As Chief Engineer of Garland Ironworks, I hereby grant you unlimited leave to pursue personal research. Travel far and wide and take in everything these lands have to offer. Do come back when you're ready. I'd hate to lose such a valuable employee.
Alpha! Miss you so much. You be careful out there. If anyone seems suspicious or shady, you should stay away from them, even if they offer you treats. And make sure to greet folks with a cheerful quip. They may not understand you, but at least they'll know you mean no harm. And I'm sure you'll make new friends in no time. You just be yourself, you hear me? Eek, what in the hells is that?
Ah, we forgot to shut it down. That's a model Omega that Wedge and I were working on. We built it while we were resting, thinking it might be useful for figuring out strategies or something. Not much use now, I suppose. What, you want to keep it? It's just a toy that'll follow you around. If you're happy with that, then it's all yours. Fair journey to you, Alpha. Take care.
Thank you, Saffron. I'm off to see the world.
Something amiss? That's strange. The Echo never allowed you to understand him before. This is just a theory, mind you, but assuming the absence of a soul is what prevented you from hearing Alpha's voice in the first place, does it not follow that the reason you hear it now is... Hmm? A little miracle. And explains his sudden urge to travel. For a newborn soul, this world is brimming with unseen wonders. Bum, 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 bum. Run along, little chocobo, run along. Discover the world and all it has to offer. And so your journey begins. I almost envy you, Alpha. So many new things for you to discover. Speaking of which, what terrible marvels can I trouble my old friend with next? Please don't. That's a nope. Exploring caves like a true chocobo should. That is such a wonderful throwback, callback, whatever you want to call it. And wait for it. There we go. Crap. Gotta do the final turn-in. Or I can do the outro. Nope. I hope Alpha enjoys his adventures. There's so much danger out there for one little chocobo. No, I'm sure he'll be fine. Dwelling on such things is not productive in the least. Why don't we discuss a happier subject, like your long-awaited bonus? We drained the coffers to fund your expedition, but why settle for coin when you can have the latest automation technology? That's right, we're gifting you with a premium mammoth, one-of-a-kind master model for merchandise copies, constructed with our patented Ironworks quality. I present to you the Clockwork Alpha. Whenever you bring it out on your travels, may it remind you of the real Alpha, queuing all along some distant sky. Just the thought of it brings a smile to my face. That and free advertising. Yep, leave it to Jesse. All right. Holy crap, this took forever. And it wasn't because of the story, it was because of the queue times. But yeah, that was the Omega raids in Stormblood post content. Ooh. You know, Deltascape gave us a look back into Final Fantasy V, Omegascape, or Sigmascape. Okay, I have to actually look at them now. Yeah, Sigmascape gave a look back into Final Fantasy VI. Then Alpha Escape, we ended it all with the fight with Omega. Had our little fun journey with our cute little chocobo from the dungeon named Alpha. And aside from the fact that this took 9 whole hours, we are finally done with the normal raids. So next week, we can hop into the Alliance raids of the Evilise raids of Final Fantasy Tactics, merging into 12. There's only 3 of those, so hopefully the long raid times won't be too much of an issue. Here's hoping, and here's hoping we don't have another 9-hour raid because of the waits. But yeah, as for us here at the corner, we are going to call it on that one. So, as always, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.